All right, all right. What up? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. Going to be an exciting day here at the shop. I got my great colored shirt on for showing how hot it is in the shop. You know, just doing my part to let you know that it's toasty. Going to be working on some Monarch butterfly diamond painting pins today. Over the weekend, I worked on some pins. I streamed a little bit over the weekend as well. Let's see. And then yesterday, my dad was helping out around here a little bit, and I had a good amount of time to finish some of the other pins, and then get a whole bunch of other ones prepped. Like, oh my goodness, there are so many. I'll show you right quick. I'm gonna use this camera right here, but this is this is what I've got on deck. Hold on. This, oh lordy. That's what I've got on deck there. There's like almost 30 pins here. You can see it. There's a lot of pastel prism pins here. So I think there's 12, 13, 15, maybe 16, 17, 18, 18. So we got 18 of these babies. But yeah, that'll be for another day. But my goodness, that'll be the most that I've prepped at one time. And all the caps are drilled. Now we got to do all the barrels and then all the sections. And then we got to shape them all. So yeah, man, got my work cut out for me. But yeah, hope everybody's doing well. Had a good Monday. And is ready for some stuff over here. Let's see. So I'm trying something a little different out with my camera setup. I've actually got them vertical here, but I think, well, I mean, that's cool for that, right? But let's see it on the other one. What's up, Michael? Hope you're doing well, man. There we go. Let me check this camera view right quick. It needs to tilt upward a little bit. Maybe. That looks pretty good. Let's see. Into this. Oh, not that. That. Drop this down a little bit. There. I think that's good. Oh, I might need to tilt it a little bit more, but these are what we're working on today. These Monarch butterfly blanks. On the inside, you can see some butterfly glitter flakes in there. They're all drilled, ready to rock and roll. But yeah, these are pretty awesome. What would be a pretty darn cool color series would be butterflies. Like butterflies in nature in general, right? Let's not just credit the butterflies, but nature in general has wonderful colors just everywhere. It's just so interesting. And because it's, nature, like June bugs, I think they look cool. I think that let's see, June bugs, hummingbirds, some praying mantises. There we go. Got my little cover over my cup. But let's do a pin kit out of them. That'd be quite a few pin kits, that's for sure. Goodness gracious, come on. Because it's vertical, you get a different view, we'll say. That's better. Pin kit. A pin kit. We could, I suppose. If I didn't have so much that I needed to do. Also, a topic that we'll touch on throughout today. Expensive versus cheap. What do you think of that? Not just one for demo? Oh man, I don't know about that. Because if I demoed it, then I'd want to start explaining everything that's happening and all that, and you know how long-winded I can be. So it definitely takes a little bit. Hey, from Ukraine, what's up, Duka? One of those. Sorry if I said it incorrectly. But hello, good to see you. Hello from the US. Hello from the US. Cheap versus expensive what? Great question. Great question. And that's kind of the thing. Is what is worth getting that is expensive versus cheap? And so it's not any specific one thing, but we can narrow it down in this particular case to, say, a lathe. Right? I think that would be something that we could all be somewhat familiar with. So what do you think of that? So when I think of expensive versus cheap, you know, sometimes the first thing that comes to mind is, well, the first thing that comes to question, right, is what is it, and then what's the quality? Just a moment. Let me change this to no, I'm busy. 927. $27. Yes. 927, y'all. Anyway, that is our community. That's our community that's growing. We're at 927. I don't know if you can see that, but 927. Let's see. What is it? It's a handle. Yes, it is a handle. If it helps, you bought cheap mandrel and drill trucks from Temu. Had no issues. Paid probably less than half the price. Right on, right on. See? And see, that's what I'm talking about. That's where it gets interesting, because there's a good chance that it's sourced by the same thing. There's people. You know? That's why I think it's an interesting topic. So let's see. That's awesome that you were able to get a inexpensive set of stuff off of Temu. That's a pretty good point. Start cheap and then work your way up. I think that there's a great validity to that. Although, here's another thing to consider. I didn't start with the cheapest lathe, right? The jet wasn't the cheapest, but it certainly was not the most expensive by any means. However, it was probably middle of the road. And then it kind of got to a point where I was like, you know what? This lathe has done everything I've asked for it. But then again, so is Abby's, and her lathe was a couple hundred cheaper at the time, I believe. So it's interesting thinking about that, because it served the same purpose. It didn't suffer. Well, it didn't serve the same purpose, but it has lasted as long, or comparably as long. But yeah, just it's kind of strange. And also, I mean, if you've looked around at some like really ridiculously expensive things in general, then you'll know that there's some stuff out there that's, you know, very costly, and you're wondering, well, why? Why is it so expensive? And it's kind of interesting because a part of it is your frame of mind of how you perceive whatever it is. Like, I love this lathe, and if I was like, I think it depends on the budget too of how much that you'll actually like it, appreciate it, have buyer's remorse, have regrets, have positive feelings, all kinds of stuff. These are craft handles, diamond painting pen, craft handles. Let's see. You got a mid-range similar right on, and it served you well. The reason, yeah, and I can totally see that. But at what point should you consider going more expensive? Does the machine have to not work anymore? Like, if I was to get another one, I would probably, I'm looking at the one way or the robot, because I do this for a living, and if that is the highest end lathe that is out there, you know, it's kind of a curiosity thing, or in some cases, you know, maybe even sort of a trophy or an accomplishment, something like that. It's like a symbol of that. You know, similarly to how or when people buy expensive cars or other things that they view as something that they want to collect or accumulate. So, thinking about it from a lathe perspective, I think in some cases you get what you pay for, especially when the central machinery stuff was more prevalent. But I think the Bauer is a great, from the sound of it on paper, it seems to be a good spec'd out lathe. Now, I can't talk about the fit and finish and the tailstock and all that stuff because I don't know if it's sloppy. But I do know that the central machinery one was quite sloppy. And the edges of everything was sharp. Like, if you were to rub right here, you'd probably cut your hand. Or down here, you'd probably cut your hand. Like, all over the place, just had sharp edges. And, you know, to make that safe to work around, you know, safest to work around, let's say, then you probably need to do some sanding on it before you can even really get into it. So that's why you'll see a lot of people just use the central machinery if they got it many moons ago. They'll be using it as a buffing station if they had one, they found out that they like turning, and then they buy a more expensive lathe. But does it have to not work anymore, or what? Or is it okay to buy another one when you just want to change it up? Neat. Let's see. Lawrence, what's up, buddy? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Abby is inside working on some stuff. She'll be out a little later. Pliers. I even took an extra second trying to get all ready. But yeah, those pins from the other day, I shaped all of them yesterday. So we are really cruising along with at least the fountain pen production aspect of this stuff. Pliers. I was using them to break up a blank. There they are. There they are. Little rascals. Little rascals. But yeah, so if you're interested in what is going to be a little later this week, well, first things first. Let's take care of the first things first, huh? So today I'm working on diamond painting pins. These are called Monarch Butterfly, and they're orange, have little butterfly holographic glitter in them, and orange, and then these tight black and white swirls here. Pretty cool looking. So yeah, we'll be working on those. And then for later on, this week, this is what I've got. All these are cut out, and all the caps right here in the middle, they're all drilled and threaded, but the barrels all need to get done, and the sections all still need to get done. So a lot of work ahead still. So there's about, what did I say, 25, 27, 25, something like that. So gonna see how long that actually takes. But yeah, the other like 12 I did are they're over in another finishing box. That's what we've got now. That's what we call it. So once they're all shaped and everything and done for my part, they'll go into a staging area for Abby for when she rolls around to that particular day of her working on that. Then she will sand the heck out of them. Pretty awesome. Let's see. I'll pivot this just a little bit more. All right, let's see what we got. Let me catch up right quick. So we're losing today's daily. I'm not gonna lie, Harvey Laguna Lays look beautiful. Would love one of them. Yeah, me too. Although, actually, Harvey, wait, Harvey's the black and gold one. Yes, those are cool. Although I do think that they're probably more expensive than they should be because of reasons. Anyway, Wynn and Bauer, yeah, look like entry level. Yeah, Wynn for sure. I've got a Wynn bandsaw that I still use, even though I've got a Laguna 1412 bandsaw. I'll still use it because it's just easier to do that with things that, you know, things that are this big. I don't need to whip out a big old bandsaw with the carbide tipped. Let's see. Let's see. Can I run over the HDPE hard plastic bushings I get for pins? You bought about 20 and can't figure out how to get them to fit on the mandrel. Let's see. Well, it depends on the type of bushings you're talking about, but there are these. So like this right here is one of those that you're talking about, and it just goes right onto the mandrel. So if these are my bushings, right? These are my bushings for this particular pin kit. Let's just assume that this is one side. This is the bushing for the pin kit, right? I'm going to end up I'm going to turn the pin down, and then if I'm going to do a CA finish, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the brass tube out of the bushing, and then put this on. And then what this is going to do, the cone shape, will make it so it'll center itself, unless it's got a cut, like a dig on the inside. And that gives you the space to be able to do that. So you have one on one side, one on the other, and then you don't end up having to worry about your bushings getting glued to your piece. There. That's how you do it. That answer your question? Okay. Yours don't fit on the mandrel. Well, then what you're going to need to do is make it fit on there. You might need to kind of bore out a hole a little bit bigger. What kind of mandrel is it that you got? Because that's weird. They should all be like the 6 point whatever, like a 1/4 inch or so. So that's how big they should be. And if other bushings fit, then it would also fit. If you got the ones that fit normal mandrels. But yeah, there should be 1/4 inch holes in there, I believe. But worst case, just measure your mandrel and then drill out those pieces to be a little bit bigger. And you might end up with it a little offset, so you're going to want to change that up as well. Now the other thing that you could do is just use your dead center and live center, and you could actually put even a cover over them, like a piece of tape or something. Like if you wanted to do something like that, just get like some painter's tape. So a little bit of painter's tape, you'll do it something like this, and you probably need a little bit longer, but it'll look something like this, to where you kind of tape it over like so, and then you come to the other side and you do the same thing, and you overlap it, and then let's see if I got a brass tube somewhere. Of course I don't have one handy. Anyway, you just tape it like that, and then you put it right over top. That way it will protect your live center, dead center, because you'll just peel it right off. And you want to make sure that you also keep an eye on the diameter as to not go too small and or too big for the for that part in particular, at least. Here we go. But yeah, you take a little piece of painter's tape, you get a brass tube. Well, you finish up your kit or whatever, and then you get, it's already got the blank on it and everything. So it would just go like onto that, and then the other side. And then you'd have it tight enough to where it would spin it, but not so tight that where you're going to cause the brass ends to flare out. So there's another way. Little piece of painter's tape, two pieces of painter's tape like that. And then you just cover both sides. Also, remember the ways of the lathe as well. Don't want to get you don't want to get glue on that either. Otherwise, you'll be scraping it off with some sort of scraper. But yeah, that's a way if you just wanted to do it a different way. But that is obviously will work best on single barrel pens. Cool. That'll be a nickel, by the way. I didn't need that. I didn't want to waste it, but I had to. So that's about a nickel of material or something, or less. But somewhere around there. Let's see. Don't drill a 7mm. Don't drill. Just measure it. Measure it and then bore it out. Because the bushings are going to be different sizes. You need to measure it. Shoot. 3 cents will be lost in the transaction aspect of it. Let's see, what was it talking about? Let's see. But yeah, you should consider measuring it or looking at the listing and seeing what it was. Because sometimes I've ordered a set of drill bits that I was wanting to be metric, but they sent me an Imperial equivalent where it would work if I didn't have to be precise with stuff. Like, even if I could fluff it a little bit, it's just not the right thing. Not the same size, so be careful about that too, is sometimes it'll say that it's metric, but you'll get an Imperial because they say, oh, it's the same. It's not the same. If it was the same, we wouldn't have two different ones, would we? But we do, so that's how that goes. And yesterday I also dropped my carbide square. Bummer, man. Fortunately, I hit the corner that I don't really need very much. But yeah, you can see it chipped this corner over here. It fell. It just went whoop, doink. So that was a bummer. That's still an easy wood carbide, by the way. The only one that I don't use the easy wood carbide is the round one, because of how many I go through. You have the opposite problem. 7/16, you're going to come out 7, which you can't buy. So it's like, yeah. Oh, shoot. Let me show you this thing. Do you have a rockler near you? There we go. I found this at Rockler when I was just walking around and looking. So it's got like a little ruler on one side. It's got like the 1/16 of an inch on both sides. And then it also has 32nds of an inch. And then on the back, it's going to be really small. But what it has is a fraction, decimal, and metric. So it goes in inches from, let's see, 1/64 to 1 inch. So your 10.7 is actually 27/64 according to this. So 27/64 or 0.4219 is the 10.7 millimeter. You might not be able to see that, but there you go. You can kind of see it. But yeah, really cool, handy card. And it's metal. I've got it set up as a template for a couple different projects. I've actually bought a few of them that I have set up for different projects. But still, I would, you know, that's actually something I should probably get a few more of, and then maybe give them away. That'd be cool. Your problem is you don't understand how to use that rule. What? Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm really bad at fractions and decimals. So I have to measure things a lot more. And yeah, I could probably just take the time to learn it, but I don't need that many sizes. So, and then when it is something, I'm kind of glad that I don't know it yet. It gives me something to learn when the time arises. It's like buying a machine. Like, if I had the opportunity to get like a planer or something, and it was free, they're like, here's a planer. They're like, what the heck am I supposed to do with a planer? Now, I know I could give it away or whatever, but I'm just saying, in my shop, I wouldn't find that very useful. Yeah. So having the right knowledge as well as the right equipment for the job, and then also having the best equipment doesn't make you any better at using it, which is something that was I always thought was not the case. I used to think that if I bought the best, I would be good to go. Ragnar. No. Your time out. You know why. You know what you did. Ain't interested in those shenanigans. Let's see. Trying to find the conversion. Yeah. Let's see. No. That's what I'm saying. Is that this is a reference guide for that. So if you have fractional drill bits, which I do. I use fraction, lettered, numbered, and metric. I use them all. And the reason I have all of them is because the different things that I uses different sizes, and then not to mention, it takes a little bit of fine tuning. So something that might have been good at 10.5 with metal will need to be, I don't know, 10.2 or maybe 10.7, one way or the other, about 2 mil or 0.2 mil. And so it's one of those things where if you don't have all the different stuff in between, you could potentially run into problems. Or you don't have to figure it out at all, and then you just get my schematics, and then I tell you what I use. But usually when I go over the projects, I already tell you whatever it is that I'm using for it. I need a moderator to help me out. I'm not that busy yet. Not that busy. I can hop over there and do a little quick timeout. But I'm not opposed. Why, you looking to moderate? Shoot, Lawrence has been here long enough. You've got a good understanding of what I find acceptable and unacceptable. Hey Peter, how you doing? If you need a mod, you'll help? Dang. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Might even take you up on it. Have you got a Discord? That's cool. Might have to spend a bit of time chatting with you specifically about that if you're open to it. Because I got questions. Specifically stuff that I don't really know. I learned just enough to where I could start streaming and then have a little bit of like flair, I guess. And nothing wazoo, that's for sure. I don't know if you noticed, but you may or may not even see like a subscriber thing pop up, or things like that. I had it set up nice for my horizontal, but then I learned about vertical streaming, and then I kind of had to flip everything around. But yeah, let's see, Michael. You know, Ben's been talking about like a collab kind of stream. Have you seen that? Are you in BW's Discord? I mean, I have a Discord as well that I haven't touched. So I also have a Facebook that I haven't really touched. So I don't know if I'm actually cut out to do those things. Like I can post in them every once in a while and stuff, but man, I don't know about running it. I'm not. That's not exactly my forte, you know. My forte is figuring things out and learning new stuff. Not. I like innovating and learning, and if I'm spending my time doing that, then it becomes more challenging to do the other things. He wants to do a dual live with creators. Yeah, he'll answer what you can. Heck yeah. I appreciate that. You bring good energies with you, so I do like that. You do emails? Right on. No problem with that. Emails are arguably one of the best. And if you know a decent amount about group emailing, you know about group emailing or community type of emailing or getting email lists or things like that. You'll stick your channel out to a bunch of people. Oh, I'd appreciate that. Specifically if it's something that they're interested in, right? Because I do kind of want it to be in the area, at least, that people find interesting. So I think like a small business people might find this channel interesting, or people that are specifically turners would find this interesting, or people interested in that type of stuff, or blank making. You know, that's my wheelhouse. And if people don't like that, that's perfectly all right with me. It's not necessarily who I'm trying to attract, you know? If you get a chance, check out the Whacking Shack. Does it live every Sunday. Cool. All woodworking community. Cool. I'll snap a picture of this actually, so I can mark it. There we go. Done. Save. There we go. You can run a 10 mil overspeed. Whiz the hole out. I don't know what you're talking about, Richard, but it sounds like a fun experiment. Sounds like a fun experiment. Let's see, 10, yeah. But yeah, as far as that goes, Michael, logistically, I have no idea really what I would need to do to make that happen, because I haven't looked into adding moderators yet. So I hope you don't feel brushed off about that. I don't know enough about it to do anything right now. But yeah, I'll learn a little bit more about it, and then we can revisit it for sure. Because I do intend on Richard. See, you just validating Michael's proposition to be a moderator. And time out. Get more trolls on vertical. Yeah. Yeah. Godfried. Godfried, what a good question. What a good question. All right, here we go. If the budget for wars and sakes of times was spent on science, what kind of stuff do you think we have? Well, you know, if I had to say, I think well, I first need to ask another question to clarify something before continuing here. What do you consider science? Because in some ways, learning something new is science, because you have like an idea, and then you're practicing the idea, and then if it doesn't work, you find out why it didn't work, as with any science experiment, you know. So, and it could even get all the way down to the chemical level of this resin doesn't turn this certain way. So I think if I had to venture a guess, if we spent that budget on innovation and science, I'd say that we're probably where we already are. I don't think we would make too many leaps and bounds, honestly, because I think in order for innovations to be happening, we're actually accumulating or spending more money than we even have. And depending on what you view as an experiment, I mean, government is an experiment. Like, communism is an experiment. Socialism is an experiment. Constitutional republic is an experiment. All of these things are experiments, and if you're, I don't think we would be anywhere different. Because people have ideas, and then they pitch their ideas to people that have the capital, and maybe even the belief in whatever project it is, and then they fund it. So a lot of things happen from like private investors. Innovations happen from, you know, all types of people and stuff like that. So if I had to gander, I would say we would be in not a very much different position than we are now. In fact, we might even be well, I just think that we wouldn't be much different. I don't think it would go further or anything. Because the military is also an experiment, at least some of the nuances about it. There's the whole customs and courtesy aspect of it, but you know, there's still things that you try, you know. Not everybody knows exactly the outcome all the time, so every new experience or every new obstacle that has to be overcome, you know, it is a matter of just figuring it out. So I think another thing as well is experimenting doesn't actually, I don't think the experimenting aspect of things is solely hinged on money. I think a lot of people have made it so it's that way, but I don't think experiments really take a significant amount of money other than to get the people with the knowledge to try and execute the best outcome for that experiment. If that makes sense. It should, but I'll try to articulate that a little differently if it didn't make sense. But anyway, I digress. What do you think? Like, anytime you see an advertisement, you know, anytime you see an advertisement, that's an experiment. It's an experiment to see on who's going to click on that advertisement, or you know, any product. It's an experiment to see if people are even interested in that particular product. And if there's a lot of people, then maybe it's worth innovating on that particular product. You know, just like cars, we were constantly innovating cars. And I think that's one of the coolest things about, you know, I say America because I'm biased. I'm from America, and we have a lot of people with a lot of different types of backgrounds and experiences and motivations and stuff like that, that, you know, it is different because, you know, people in other countries, they don't necessarily have the same type of exposure or experience. And so in some ways, I think innovation comes from people that have less. But also, I think some innovations, they require a lot of money, but I think it's specifically because of the people that you need, and the people that are most likely to be successful with an expensive experiment or project or whatever, they will likely be the best ones for that. Anyway. You need to deal with a resin company if I don't already have one? Man, I am, there's only one company, really. Only one company we would even work with, pretty much. Because every time you see people doing this kind of stuff, right on, art skills, you still wonder if humanity will continue to see as relevant or stay as relevant, huh? You hope this kind of thing doesn't get varnished or forgotten. Well, I will say that a fountain pen is a prime example of something that has been around for thousands of years. And there's a lot of people that still love using fountain pens because of the connections that they have from, you know, their hand and eye coordination, their brain, they're thinking about what they're saying, they're articulating it, and they're writing it, you know, in pretty, with their pretty penmanship skills and all that jazz. So a fountain pen is a very personal thing, and it's been around for a long time. So I don't actually anticipate it going anywhere, just like watches. I mean, if you think about watches, you know, like, they're still around. Why? Because people appreciate the innovations that people make, or the different ways they go about doing different things. And yeah, so I think that's a great point. But the reason I started turning was actually because I had about 6 months off a year for a little bit, and I wanted to make sure that you know, I was able to do something while I was you know, not working, and I was technically off work, I guess. But yeah. Let's see. But I have a great appreciation for, you know, the like some of the Japanese pen makers that I've watched. I'd love to go over to Japan and actually get to engage with them at some point, as well as go to the Japanese pen show. It's one of my goals, is be a part of the Japanese pen show at some point. And I'd love to meet some of the artisans that are there, like in their workshop. Not just meet them in person. I want to see them in their workshop working on something, and I can hang out with them and stuff, you know. Hey, what's up, Ben? How you doing, buddy? Hope you're doing well, sir. Yesterday was a productive day. But I didn't stream. My dad was here. And I can't let my dad outwork me in my shop, so I have to go hard because he goes pretty hard. Like he works hard. And so if he's going, I'm going, dang it. Some people are really good at repeating things over and over again, and then others, it's a struggle, like me. So repeating things is a struggle. I can't just do that all day, every day. I need variety of stuff to do. To maintain sanity, at least. But yeah, Gottfried, that's a good point, and that actually kind of leads into one of the things that I think about a lot is that I think it would be really cool to blend some more, traditional fountain pen ink deliveries in a more modern approach, like with the different materials, different, like I said, ink delivery mechanisms, so like a piston or a bladder or a lever filler or that type of stuff. Currently sitting on a balcony on the 3rd floor in a wooden house with the outside wall is nice. It's a great place. Someone knew what they were doing. Yeah, nice. But yeah, I actually went rappelling off of, well, an EMP testing facility, and it's pretty crazy. But we were rappelled off of it, and none of it was metal. None of it. Like all the nuts and bolts, not metal. They were like a pressed something. I don't even know what it was, but no metal. Okay, let's see. Gottfried, you're getting deep today. Thank you. Love it. Let me see. Do I consider a 3D graphic artist an equal to craftsman like a sculptor or wood crafter? Like referring a professional computer gamer to an athlete? Well, see, I'm kind of mixed because once upon a time, I was an elite athlete where I was in the military and we trained all the time to where we had to carry people, carry heavy stuff, and do stuff for long periods of time. So I considered myself a pretty athletic person, at least in the past. I'm not as active as I once was in that area. So if I was comparing that, I think that there is a skill gap, but it's a different set of skills, so you can't really compare the same thing. It's hard. It's hard to think of it like that because it's not the same thing. Like, I don't consider Bob Ross and Michael Jordan like peers, right? But Bob Ross was a fantastic, famous artist, and Michael Jordan was obviously a fantastic basketball player. But, you know, the level of success that they achieved in their respective fields, you know, is probably comparable. Same with like Michael Jackson. You know, his level of success and everything, I'd say, is incredible. So if you think about it like that, no, you can't really think about it like that, really. At least I don't. I keep them separated, really. I kind of have different sets. Like, what's his name? Kobe Bryant. Like, I didn't ever want to be like Kobe Bryant, but I always admired his determination and dedication to getting better. And so I kind of embody that. You know, I try to think about that and just the general work ethic. Like, what do I want to be like, or who do I want to be like? And you know, I always think about the best version of myself, and I always fall short, of course. Who doesn't? Because everybody falls under temptations. But I just admired the work ethic that they had. As far as artistry, I think, again, like some athletes even have a level of artistry that's like imperceivable to people that watch it, because they can't actually appreciate the level of competitiveness or their level of skill that they would accumulate over their period of time. And so thinking about it like that, I think everybody, but a 3D artist, sure, if they're the one that's doing all the art and you know, doing the designs and stuff, then I would say that they're probably very skilled with the computer or software. I wouldn't think of them as being like that, I guess. Like way back, you're doing, now we combine the machines, hands, yeah. And the machine is the printer. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And I think that's a pretty valid analogy. But I will also say that I think some people find handmade items with a little bit of an imperfection here and there, they will find that it gives it more character, or they'll appreciate it in a different kind of way. Like, if you were to buy one of my fountain pens, it would be like, oh yeah, this is one of the fountain pens that I got from John at Maverick Pens, right? But if you were to buy a Mercedes, which is, you know, an item, right? It's an item that you get that's unnecessary, but if you wanted it, you wanted it, right? But something that was significantly cheaper would have been just fine. So the other thing about that is you actually have a personal connection to me now, right? So we have a little bit more of a connection than, say, somebody at the Mercedes dealership, where all they care about is selling you something. Which I don't turn here to try and sell pins, by the way. If you want to buy one, great. But if you don't, that's also fine. I turn on stream because I like the turning community and the woodworking community, and I like networking with people and stuff like that. So, oh, I don't feel disrespected. It's all right. If you don't like what it is, that's all right. But I do think it's a different skill. Like somebody that can program a CNC machine probably won't necessarily know how to turn with tools, and that's fine. Like, for example, I can't take this, well, I can't take this and do the same work that I can do with this. I'm just not skilled enough with this to do it how I do with this one. So I use the round carbide all the time. But yeah, I suppose you could just, you could 3D print it, you could do whatever. But I think there's another element of people feeling a little bit of ownership, you know? If they have like an idea, they want to execute it and share their idea with people. And then they kind of just put it out there, see what kind of inputs they get from other people. And so I find it kind of interesting, the different types of, like anytime you click on a video, you're either trying to agree with the video or you're trying to be like, no, you're wrong, I know better. Like, it's not often you click on a video that you're like, yeah, let me learn something brand spanking new. It's more like I'm gonna click on this because I think you are wacko, or or maybe I know better than you, or I genuinely don't know. Like, there's only really a few things that would make somebody like pick a topic for watching on YouTube. People like either conflict or confirmation bias. Let's see. It's turning diamond painting pins. Let's see. What am I making? A handle for what? Yes. They are craft handles for diamond painting pins. Yeah. Thank you, Lawrence. Let's see. Sorry if it don't make sense, but I can't comprehend how talented you are. Well, a lot of practice. I wonder a lot where the inspiration to materialization. Yeah. Well, from start to finish, we get jugs of Alumilite that Abby makes into blanks, and she uses different pigments and stuff like that to give it its color and sparkle or whatever. And then the blanks start like this for me, and then I drill the ends. But yeah. They are resin, yeah. Which is a type of plastic, yeah. And if you try to melt the resin back down, it just burns. And if you put it into something, I took it back inside, but it looks weird if you use any sort of translucent. We need more philosophers. Richard, you think so? We need more philosophers? I mean, I could see that being both sarcasm and serious at the same time. Oh man, that's crazy. What number is this? 16, okay. What is the dream material I want to work on with to produce my Magnum opus? That is a great question. And I actually have recently made my previous Magnum opus, actually. And I do so pretty much once a year, and I make the best one I can think of. And so I did that video where I made Abby's pin. It's her birthday pin. So that is, up to that point, the greatest, well, the coolest thing that I made. But I got the material from a lot of different places than I normally would. So it was ebonite, it was Operex, it had surfite on it, let's see, and then it had a finial. Oh, I also had Juma. So I did as many materials as I could that Abby didn't make. And so that actually was one of the Magnum opus. But if I was to work with a different material, I would be working with a variety of materials, really. And then depending on the resources I had available to me, money-wise, I could actually incorporate other people into that particular project. Like I would work with a jeweler that I've built a relationship with already, and I'd have them working on a nice type of clip or something. But yeah. But see, that's the thing is, for me, the goal line is always moving. So even though I made that, I kind of showed myself that I could do a couple different techniques that I was uncertain of on execution. And I did it with material that actually made me nervous because it was expensive in the first place. So but yeah, I'll see if Abby wants to bring it out. But it's more like the process that I've figured out is I guess more of something that I find I take a great deal of pride in, because I was self-taught. I spent a good couple years learning as much as I could. And then I was just out here probably 15 hours a day for a while, trying to get better and better with the different tools and you know, learning processes and creating the processes that would work and get to the results that I'm trying to go for. I got Abby here, and once I finish this side, you'll get to meet Abby, who is the blank maker. And she's got her birthday pin. Don't leave! Just a moment. Yeah, well, I can also make wood handles, that is, not, I mean, I can grow a tree, I suppose, but not what I meant. Let's see. Dream material, like working with antler. That would not be my dream. Alrighty. Alright, let's swap. You ready to come over here for a sec? Let me turn Morty off for a moment. Alrighty. Alright, let's get you set up here. Sit so I can put the camera on you.
No.
There, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
fine.
there we go. Let me answer that question right quick. Friend who's always making conversation. Sorry, Richard. I do think like that. I think about a lot of things, probably more than
Most
needed.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do that all the time. So
John likes to philosophize.
I like to philosophize.
Hi, Lauren.
What material do you think has what material do you think has best potential for future projects?
What word are you using?
What do you mean? Like longevity wise or or what? Because I mean that's it kind of depends. But anyway, here's Abby for a moment.
Hi, I'm Abby.
The blank maker.
I'm John's wife. I make all of our blanks. I do all of the finishing of our
tell
pen.
him 34, about 3,400.
Oh, 3,400 RPM for turning?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what John turns at. I sand at about 400 RPM and then polish at about 1,500. No. No, I don't. No.
Go turn your lathe on to 400.
I thought it... Maybe you sand at 400. I'd like to sand at 400.
No, I sand at 7.
Babe, I sand at 400.
That is too slow.
No, it's not. He says that, and I do all the sanding. Okay, so it's more like 500. It's 480. But it turns out to be about 450 when John has other machines running. So I was right. That is what I sand at. It is not too slow. I literally do all of our sanding.
Doesn't mean it's right.
What?
The best.
Why am I out here?
Showing off your bird. He asked, what was my Magnum? Godfried asked, what is the dream material I would want to work on to produce my Magnum opus?
It would be
and
this?
I was saying that at the time, before making that one, that was my Magnum opus.
Of wanting to figure out the material?
Well, of figuring out the material and working on that particular project.
So this is my birthday pen that John made me this last year. And what he did is essentially used every material that I do not make, because I make all of our resin blanks here. Like I do all of our pen blanks out of a urethane resin, but all of the materials in this pen I did not make. So right here we've got what's called boatite, which is just a play on Fordite. Fordite came from the process of the way that they used to paint cars. So particularly Ford cars and Ford paint is what it...
That was the blank I drove. So
this is from the painting of boats. So they called it boatite. The top here is Juma. This is are they called dragon or lizard scale? I don't know. Dragon.
There
Juma.
Is a lizard.
Is there?
Snake,
oh, so this is like a teal Juma on the top and the bottom. And then here we've got the boatite sleeved with black ebonite. Just plain black ebonite. And then right here we've got a custom made ebonite. Anton, is that his name? His name's Anton. He makes his own ebonite. And then this is a tiny, tiny little ring of a material called Operex, which is a synthetic opal. So John put all of the cool materials into one pen. Yeah, and so this is what the raw boatite blanks look like. Yeah, and then he took it to the Atlanta Pin Show with him and got my nib, which was a medium nib, ground to a smooth metallic fine, I think is what it's called. Do you have to swirl the colors in the resin? Yes and no. You do not always have to. Like, you can pour them and they're going to do their own thing. They are going to swirl naturally. For example, the ones that he's working on right here. So I use a couple different techniques for this particular one, but I did not swirl the resin after it was poured, if that makes sense. But there are blanks that I do swirl or stir, essentially, the blanks after they're poured. I'm trying to find one right now. So the diamond painting pens, I typically don't stir or swirl. The resin has different kind of weights depending on what pigment you put into it or the way that you pour it in. So it naturally has swirls because it's liquid. But these are ones that I, on the other hand, would stir essentially before they go into a pressure pot. So the ones that he's been turning, those blanks that I saw, this is what they look like on the inside. Like, so it does its own thing and swirls. Let's see, you like the square block, the blank, yeah. So it's a cool blank for sure, and that's what he is using to turn. The colored cube, that is boatite, so it's a boatite blank. Let's see what else. But yeah, so really cool pen. It's my favorite. It's my very, very special pen. I'm pretty sure he had me finish it, my own birthday pen, because I do all of the sanding and stuff. But yeah, it turned out really, really gorgeous. So I guess that's kind of like putting all of the special materials into one pen. That's what he did. But we work with, it's Alumilite Clear Slow resin, which is a urethane resin. It is specially formulated for turning on a lathe, for casting pen blanks or whatever size blanks, and then turning. Make a cube made of wood from every season, then make a pen. We don't typically work with wood, but I have seen people, layer wood and create very cool layered wood blanks. We actually do a material similar to what you're talking about, except for with resin, a layered material from all of the different things that we pour. And I'll be honest, I don't know where John put it because he moved around all this stuff. Oh, I'll have to ask him when he comes back out. But we have our own special material called stratified, which is a layered material using our resin. I bought a gallon of epoxy, but don't know what to make with it, as always. Yeah, epoxy is definitely a different process than what we use for the urethane resin. Most epoxy resins, so you have a couple different types. There's the type that is like total boats, or other ones that are made for coating, so like thin layers coating over projects. And then you have casting epoxies, which are made to set with the deeper pours, and they set a lot slower. A lot of times it takes 12 to 24 hours for like epoxies to cure, because it's a slow set so that all of those bubbles will rise to the top and come out of the project. Whereas our urethane resin, it starts curing in about 14 minutes. So I have 14 minutes called open time of me mixing and pouring before it goes into a pressure pot where we put it under 60 PSI for it to fully cure. And then it's got a 4-hour demold time, and then about a week, depending on the temperature, of final cure time. But yeah, so we've worked with epoxy as well, both for casted projects and for like we've tried some that we turned, and then very quickly moved to the urethane resin. It is not great for turning. Oh, where's the stratified like blocks and stuff? I couldn't find them.
There's some literally right there.
Where? I can't see, baby. Oh, there. I was sitting and looking in your drawers. I couldn't see that. So, because he was saying, make a cube made of wood from every season, then make a pen. Well, we don't work with wood, but this is our material that we call stratified. And
you didn't find the drawer?
No, I couldn't. I was looking in the bigger drawers. Here, give me that one. You can see it better. This one's pretty dark. It's going to be very transparent. So this is a better look. So that's exactly what we do, and we do make pens out of this. Wow, can you do a transparent product? Yes. So Alumilite, I'm not going to bring it over here because it's a sticky mess, and we buy it in 80-pound kits. Perfect. But I can also do clear. It is water clear when I mix it up. It is just clear, and then I add all of the colors and pigments and whatever I want to it. So you can add solid like matte pigments to it, which I buy in a liquid form. You can add mica to it, which is also solid, but has like slight shimmer since it's a natural stone with a chatoyancy. You can add translucent dyes, and then it can be totally clear see-through jelly. You can leave it clear. Yeah, so we work with a lot of, I like to usually do a mix of translucent and solid pigments because I think that gives the most like variation and depth within within blanks and within our like products that we turn from them. But yeah, so that's what we use here. Most of the other pin and blank makers use either the same resin, they use different types of urethane resins, some which require kind of heavier equipment than what we have, or post curing equipment.
There's some clear.
Yeah, so the only thing about clear and resin, and this goes for really any resin, I don't know that any say that they're clear forever. Do they?
No,
yeah.
Yellow
no. So
like even Tim McKenzie's most UV resistant will eventually.
Correct. So resins come with like a UV resistant kind of scale or factor. Ours is somewhere in the middle. Yeah, that's fine. So these are ones we poured years ago, 3, 4, 5 years ago, and you can see that they are no longer clear. They have yellowed. So we typically try to avoid like completely clear because over time, resin is going to yellow. And these have been here in our workshop that doesn't actually have any windows. So this gets very little sunlight and it's still going to like yellow over time. Now, if you have it with colors, because this is also equally as old, about 5+ years old, because it's got pigments mixed into it, those pigments aren't going to change color, but the resins will. Okay, let's see. I've seen people use craft paints to put in resin. Yes, Lawrence, there are certain types of paints that you could use as pigment in resins. That would depend on what resin you're using, but what you're probably seeing is acrylic paints in resin, but it matters what base that paint is, that makes sense. Because the pigments are pretty much the same. You can buy it in pigment form, you could buy it in a paint form, you could buy it, you know, in a liquid to mix. So the liquid solid pigments that I use are from a company called Divine Island Pigments, I think. They changed their name recently, which is why I'm forgetting. But it's those are the best pigments. And what the base actually is, so it is solid pigment, and then it's mixed with one part of the resin, because resin comes in 2 parts. You have your part A, which is typically the resin itself, and part B, which is the hardener. So when you mix those is when you start that chemical reaction, and that's what causes it. So from my understanding, and I'm not 100% sure of this because I don't make the pigments myself, is that it is mixed with like a part A of resin. So that will never set on its own unless you mix it with hardener. But that way you're not offsetting the ratio too much of your own resin, because that can be the case with some sort of things that you add into resin. Let's see, can you guys make it hollow so we could put names or LED light customization? I'm not sure what you mean. John does drill all of ours out. Like all of our pens are like, you know, hollow on the inside. I'm not sure what shape or size or what you are talking about. If you can give me a little bit more detail, I can maybe add some. What? Answer that. Okay. They mostly use airbrush paint. So the pigments from airbrushing or the actual like paint? That's really interesting, Lawrence, because pigments, I use pigments that are from the car industry, that people use to airbrush cars, but it's just the pigment on its own, because when you're airbrushing, obviously you're mixing it and then spraying that, so it's just pigment. So that's interesting. I wonder what the base is of that. John brought his wood pins that he also. Do you mean to put the?
Just letting them know that
John.
I started a wooden pin series.
Yeah.
You can.
You may put the other one, sure. There you go.
So this is bloodwood.
Bloodwood and ebonite. So
Ebonite.
Yeah.
So nice ebonite, and it's the M15,
which is a chunkier pen.
which is a thicker pen, but yeah, M15, Joe number 6, triple E, M15. And
So
then there's that.
We can do pins out of wood, but
And
we
another one
just
that
don't.
I was working on, or that I did rather, is the Purple Heart. Again, same thing. Different section on this one. But yeah, what I have found in the material that I was using is that the ebonite was too thin starting off. So yeah,
It was.
mediocre job on that particular part.
We just have
But I
to.
learned.
Yeah. Well, we have too much stuff going on right now for you to really.
So Godfrey,
Commit to
there's
that.
some more science I learned. Because Godfrey was talking about whatever. You can scroll up and look at it. You can scroll up and look at it
Most
later.
challenging part of finishing our product. So the thing with a urethane resin, the one that's formulated for turning, is that it is softer. That's why it's so great for turning. Because it's not. It comes off on these really interesting ribbons, which you can see some of over there on John's lathe. And so that's why it's great. However, the softer a product is, the more difficult it is to finish. So like acrylic resins are a pain in the butt to turn because they get so hot that they get to like a melting temperature if you're not careful. They smell terrible. They're chippy. But for finishing on my end, they're easier because they're a harder surface. Because the processes I use for finish any of our resin pens or small projects is I do an 8-step sanding process from 240 grit up to 2500 grit, and then I do a 6-step polishing process. So the most difficult of that is time. It's time consuming of going through all the steps, and you have to be very careful with the pressure that you are applying as it's spinning, because if you don't apply even pressure, if you're like pressing harder when you're using the rougher grits, you're not going to get those scratches out if you aren't applying even pressure. So my biggest challenge is with a softer product when it scratches, and then it just takes me a lot longer to finish. And that's just for that. Some of the other things that are also that I just find personally challenging because it's not what I prefer to do is some of the materials some require a CA finish, which is essentially super glue, cyanoacrylate, isn't that what it is? Yeah, glue. And then some don't require it, but are better with a CA finish. And as you can imagine, using CA glue as a finish is very challenging. It's very time sensitive, or you're going to be gluing your fingers and your whatever you're using to apply it to the product, and so that takes a very patient touch. Thank you for entertaining my questions. I'm learning a lot. That's what we're here for. I love getting the questions. It absolutely makes it easier on my part to keep talking about what we do, because if I'm just spewing off kind of what we do here, it's going to be the same spiel every time. So I'm always happy to answer questions, and John loves it too. It makes it easier, obviously, to scream and have a conversation. Have you had to adapt your style or approach for a specific audience? So that's a very 2-lane kind of thing. Not really, because the intention of this channel, of John's channel, was to share what we do for those people who want to learn in the similar vein, if that makes sense. So it's more of attracting the people who are either interested in learning, just like watching, just want to hang out with John. As far as products, we kind of have a similar philosophy where we do things that we are passionate and confident about, and know that the right people are going to find our products, if that makes sense. Like we do not
Our products are a reflection of
yeah,
the best of me and her.
yeah,
combined.
and we don't compromise on that. We don't compromise on quality. We won't compromise our like integrity or our morals.
Who we are.
Yeah, it's a reflection of who we are and kind of us. So we're not going to change that for people because it is who we are.
We can't produce more than we already do.
Correct, which is why we don't mass produce or seek outside manufacturing or whatever, because then it's no longer, it's not ours anymore. Because it's the handmade touch that makes it special and unique and all of that.
That was my topic.
What was expensive versus cheap? Valuable versus cheap. It's not just about being expensive, it's about value.
We weren't talking about any specific one thing.
Yeah.
Just cheap versus expensive, and then we started with the lathes. And that's kind of where we started that.
Well, it definitely shows in equipment. There's some stuff that it doesn't show in that you can go cheap in, but there's a lot of stuff that, I don't know. We've tried that. We've tried to like try out the less expensive option for equipment, for materials, for whatever, and we go back to the stuff that is a superior product, and there's a reason it's, you know, more expensive, and that because it's better made. But are you done? Are you ready to come back?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Because I have to go in and finish what I'm doing,
that's fine.
and then
get back to work.
I'll be out standing here
we'll start charging for all this.
30 minutes.
How
do you decide when a piece is finished? When it's shiny? Because for us, we're doing similar variations of essentially kind of the same quote unquote thing. John is turning diamond painting pens today. So while it varies in shapes, it goes through my process, and when it doesn't have any scratches and has that perfect shiny finish, then it's done. So it's the same thing for fountain pens. I do the colors, it goes through the whole process, and when it has that perfect glass-like finish, then it's done. So that's when it's finished for us. It's not one of those things like
it'll buff out.
Well, that for one reason, but from a perspective of like art or an artist.
Oh yeah, that was another question he asked. Sorry.
For the perspective of art of an artist, my art is in the colors. My art is in bringing it to like perfection, kind of at the end. But it's not like painting on a canvas where it's hard to know when to stop and not add more. Like it's not like that, because we do have this is when it is ready, done, finished kind of thing. Createx airbrush paints have some bright colors too. Cool, Lawrence. Yes, because there's perspective. Sure, yeah. You know, art is all subjective and is all a matter of perspective. And same thing sort of with value to some people, of what they find valuable in a product or what they have decided doesn't hold value for them. So again, for our perspective, we bring it to as perfect as we can make it. And that's when it's done, when it's ready, and when we're happy to have it in customers' hands. Because that is one of the things, and John's talked about this before, of the process of learning how to make the bespoke kitless pens, specifically of the fact that first almost year of making these bespoke pens and learning, we did not sell any of those because they were not perfect or even up to a standard that we felt
comfortable sending out.
Sure, exactly. Having people spend money on. So we
was so nervous when somebody bought the first one. Like, they're going to hate it.
Yeah. Have you taught others your craft? That's what John's doing here. That is kind of the whole point of having this channel. You want to
be my first victim? I mean, customer, client, student, Padawan?
So for now, it's just been offering tidbits, information, access here on YouTube. But, you know, next goal is individual mentorships, is potential courses. John's big picture kind of vision is to be able to have a physical workshop space, to have people to be able to come and learn in person the kind of craft of what we do. On my end, as far as resin, I am a more, I don't want to say camera shy, but reluctant of putting things on the internet person for whatever reason. So I haven't been ready to, like, I don't know, to show up what I do. I've showed tidbits here and there. What are your favorite and least favorite parts of being a craftsman artist? Ooh. It's funny because they kind of go hand in hand, your least and best parts. We are very, I don't want to just say blessed in what we do and the freedom that we have, because it's not just that. We've worked incredibly hard to get where we are, and there's been all kinds of, struggle and hardship within that. So least favorite for me is often doing a project that I am so confident in and feel very strongly about and have poured in all of my heart to, and then to have that not do well, as far as selling, when I was very confident and loved what I was offering. You know what I mean? That's probably my personal least favorite part. That and the pressure of social media on being a small craftsman business, and that being so important, but it is. So those are my least favorite parts. My favorite is the fact that we get to work together to offer these, what we consider functional art pieces. So it is art and a work of art to us, but it's also, you can use it, you know what I mean? It's not just a beautiful picture that you look at on the wall or walk past. You get to write with it, you get to use it, you get to hold it in your hand. So those are my personal least and best of being a small craftsman business. What's your least and best, Jonathan?
Well, least favorite, I would say, is YouTube editing videos.
Which you don't really do.
Which I don't do.
Because you don't like
but
it.
I should. And it's not that I put a lot of effort into the editing the videos. If you see my videos, you'd probably notice that. But I usually just set up step by step kind of what I'm doing, and then I do it, and then there. But yeah, I do think that I am better suited to be doing it live kind of thing.
Or working one. I think you are suited to working in a mentorship capacity.
Person, it just seems like it's better for me to do that type of stuff and evaluate people individually on where it is that I think that it's not working out for them or something like that. So that's kind of what I look at when I think about
your side of the craft.
Yeah.
Of it.
But as far as best, I mean, I love figuring stuff out. I like the freedom to be able to go try different things, the freedom to yeah, I mean, as far as working goes, I love meeting the people. I love going to pen shows and talking to the people, and
that's both of our
sharing the
things.
work in person and stuff like that. People being able to hold what it is that you're sharing with them, and yeah, I think that's probably the coolest thing to me.
There you go. Some deep philosophizing and very personal kind of parts of what we do. But thank you. I appreciate, we appreciate your questions and your interest, and we are going to keep doing what we're doing. We're we're really happy with what we do, and
we're doing it for
5 years.
5 years, so.
5 years full time. This is what we've been doing and offering, and it shifts and grows with us, which we appreciate. We have a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old daughter, and this has allowed, John specifically, who came from the military into other jobs that took him traveling, And then, you know, we settled on doing this together. And that has allowed him to be 100% here with me and our kids for really as long as they can remember at this point with their ages, of it being about 5 years. So that's very special. And most people don't get that sort of opportunity or freedom to be able to do that.
Well, people don't create that opportunity.
Some people are incapable of...
forced that to happen. Come on.
Yeah, but it working, it could have not worked. That's not the... Anyways.
It was relentlessness.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's not just
There's
being...
not a plan B. No alternate.
Yeah.
You don't go into whatever it is thinking that you're going to fail. You don't... That's not a good way to go into anything. You don't go into it.
See, but that's a very big personality difference between what John has done with his life and choices that he's made and what I would do. That is not my personality, is to YOLO. And
that's not a YOLO.
Yeah, it kind of is. Your decision making is also, but anyways, that's not the point. I don't suggest that to people. I don't suggest that. Most people can't make that work. It's the reality. Anyways.
Because they wouldn't be doing the right thing.
You don't know you're doing the right things when you start them.
Well, you do when you stop them.
Well, yeah, you know when something's not working.
Wrong when you stop.
Sure.
Because it ain't working at all.
Yeah, but you don't know when you start. Like,
well,
you can think it's the right thing, and that doesn't mean it's the right thing. Anyways, that's a whole other thing.
Anywho,
I'm gonna
thank you for showing off your birthday pin. That was my Magnum opus at the time, and it has since. Well, I also said that the Florida pin was also one of them.
Oh yes, our winning.
That pin is actually in Pin World magazine.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty cool. We made it into Pin World magazine.
Twice.
With that.
Yeah, but we've been in Pin World again. Hopefully we'll be in it again this year.
Yeah.
We'll try.
You're welcome for making a stream, and yeah, of course, we're gonna continue. You're gonna get. I will continue.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do my thing. Bye. It's nice talking to you, and good seeing you, Lawrence. I'll be back later.
Maybe. All right. Hey, thanks for chatting. Thanks for chatting with Abby. It's always a good time, huh? There we go. Post it online. Post what online? YouTube? Okay, I think that'll be good. Post, yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Post what online? My YouTube? Let's see. Alrighty, where were we? I'm on the shape that started it all. This shape here that I'm about to do is the one that we were doing for so long. We did this shape on different sizes of pins, and that's actually how we got started, really. We made some blanks, and then we had a standard shape. We call it a standard shape, where it's just a 3 bump, and then for our larges, it was a 4 bump. And that's kind of how we started. And then from there, I just kind of played around with different shapes and different tools to get different shapes. And then I was testing like the ergonomics of it all, and is it comfortable to hold? And when you're creating things like this that somebody's going to be looking at and holding for a long time, you want it to be pleasing, not only to look at, but also to use and feel, and you want to feel a certain way, But yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about that when it comes to that part. But yeah, sometimes I'll have Abby, she'll come out and I use it as an opportunity to go get some water, use the bathroom if necessary, that kind of stuff. So, either that or I just want to give her some camera time, so maybe, just maybe, she will get more and more comfortable. The last stream that we had, man, y'all were awesome. I mean, y'all were awesome this one, but also the last one, it couldn't have come at a better time. Abby had a day, but everybody was real nice. And it was cool. So I appreciate y'all for that. Made a big deal, or made a big difference in her day. And that's kind of the thing, man. It's made my day. But yeah, eventually I want to get to the point where I am studying vintage fountain pens and, you know, starting to casually work on them until I get enough experience and stuff to be able to like make the different pieces. Like I think that would be, you know, like a next level kind of thing for me is that. So I think that's pretty interesting. So if you do like the construction of fountain pens, then I think that would be a topic that you might also be interested in. But I haven't done too much quite yet with that particular topic, as I'm trying to get ahead and create space for us to work specifically on fountain pens. Yeah. A lot of good questions. A lot of good questions, Godfrey. But I will say that I also have a on my link tree, I think, yeah, it's on my link tree. There's a sheet that you could send me a message if you were interested in learning something specific. Then I would take the time and work with you to do that. So that would be kind of like probably be like what is it? Like a Zoom call kind of thing, yeah. Because a lot of this stuff is really, there's a lot of steps to some of these things, right? Now, where it gets weird is when you don't necessarily know what you're doing wrong, but there's so many different steps to whatever it is that there's so many places that you can go wrong and not know until the end. So those are kind of the things that, you know, I'll organize all my thoughts and everything and then be able to get you making whatever that is. Yeah. Nibs. Yeah. There's only, believe it or not, there's only a few companies that actually make their own nibs in-house. Most of them have agreements, most of the big box companies, that is, they have agreements with some German nib makers of Jovo and Bach. So that's where they source their nibs. And also, even ones, so bigger companies that have yet to make their own nibs still, they have specific agreements with Jovo and or Bach to where they have theirs made slightly different, or they do something a little different. So even though I guess that they're not all created equal, but the nibs that we use are from Jovo, which is German. Yeah. But we do have Bach as well. It's just those are typically the fountain pen nibs that we use because, for the sake of consistency and ease of inventory management. Because if I started making pens that had different that were fit for different nibs, then you could run into a problem where somebody wants the pen but they don't want that particular nib. So you would either have to recraft a section that you might not have the blank for, or give it a different section that won't match the blank itself. So when you're thinking about that type of stuff, find out what nibs that you want to use, and then just have a starting point. Just a starting point, and it could be as you can stay there and never move. Really, Jowo is a very respectable nib. There was an issue a couple years ago where they had issues with the housing. That was from like the plastic mold injections and stuff. But yeah, it ended up being pretty fine. But yeah, nibs are, if you've watched the making of nibs, they have a stamp. So they stamp it, and then they kind of cut it out, and then they use a tiny saw and slit it, and then they do before they slit it, they do the feed, or the breather hole. And then, what else? They make sure it's long enough, fit for the right housing, they bend it, kind of fold the material, so it fits over the, what's it called? The feed. The feed is where the air is able to go up and then be able to get the ink out. So that's how it works. It's a pressure variation. And gravity and a little bit of air pressure. So if you didn't know why the fins were the way that they were, it's for air. Let's see. But anyway, I think it would be really cool to get some vintage fountain pens, basically dissect it, and kind of put it back together like a Humpty Dumpty Frankenstein pen. But I wouldn't sell it. I would just do it to see if I could, and then be able to maybe make some replacement components for that or something along those lines. But there aren't very many vintage fountain pen repair people, and I am certainly not there, but I think it would be pretty cool to get to that point. So with that, you have to find different books. Like one of the books that I have, I think is like printed in 1996 or something like that. And it's out of print now, so they don't even print that book anymore. It's the history of fountain pens. It's a pretty big book. You might be able to find them on eBay and stuff like that if you keep an eye out. I think we paid $120 for it, which isn't cheap, but it depends on if I get good value out of it, which I think that I will, because it talks about like the different history of was it Lewis Waterman and how the Bic was popular, and then the Bic Crystal is the highest selling pen of all time. And how fountain pens were, or used to be, still are in some cases, like it's meant to be like in some ways it's a status symbol, in other ways it's like this is how I write, and the reason I write like this is because I like the connection, and I like thinking about all the writing, and I like the way that it looks and stuff like that. But then you have the ballpoint that rolled around after that. And the thing with the ballpoint is it was supposed to only really be utilitarian, to where you just had it sitting around where you could use it whenever you wanted or needed, and it wasn't like missed. Basically, it was meant to be used and tossed. So, yeah. Let's see. Reorganizing my thoughts. Sort of do things backwards. Yeah. And one of the problems, personally, when I organize my thoughts and I reverse plan and all that jazz, it almost feels like I had done it already. I've done everything in my mind. I know that might sound weird, but if you know what I'm talking about, then you will know what I mean. Or you'll know what I mean if you understand what I'm talking about. One of those ways. Because sometimes you think through the entire process and you're like, whew. Thinking about that so intently for a period of time becomes exhausting. It can become exhausting. But let's see, the nibs themselves. It's an interesting thing. Because somebody I was talking to was looking at the numbers of starting like a nib company, and logistically, he was saying that you'd need a huge amount of money to like get the machinery, to get the material, and refine it such that you'd be able to attach it to a pen, but you'd probably be using the profits from the pens to pay for the machinery that you got the nibs for. So that's kind of like a long-term game that you need to be playing there. I don't think fountain pen nibs, well, I mean, obviously it could be disrupted, but it would take quite a bit to actually disrupt that. So if you wanted to make your own nibs, I think you'd be fine. You wouldn't be. A lot of people modify nibs too. So if you had cheap nibs, some people stack them and then like do a little solder tack on them and put them together, and then it changes the flow, it changes the writing, and it changes the tip, just like you're talking about. It changes the geography or geometry, not the geography, the geometry of the nib itself. So different angles you hold it on the paper, and different angles you're able to write, and depending on how it was ground or how the pen tip was made or flattened or whatever, it's going to change the lines that you're writing, and it'll also affect the font size that you'll need to write. Like if you write too small and you have a lot of ink coming out because you use a pretty broad nib, then you're going to run into problems. Like you won't be able to read it because it'll all be running together. But it's still interesting nonetheless, I think. Everybody's got different writing styles. I like an extra fine nib. Abby likes a medium, but I got her a smooth italic, cursive smooth italic grind. So yeah, I'd like to work with a Nibmeister to learn more about nib grinding. So it's interesting. There's so many different avenues. Like what you see me do really is kind of like an entry. It really is kind of an entry to fountain pens. I just do the simple 3-part pen, and I don't really ever make clips. Although I did make one I made one recently because I was thinking about a different type of clip. So I did go out to the grinder and worked on that a little bit over the weekend. I think I spent all day, Saturday or Sunday, doing that. One of the days. Yeah. So I wouldn't say that that was a fruitful endeavor, but it certainly wasn't a waste of time, I would say. But I think as well, people use time differently. You know, it kind of comes down to cheap versus expensive. Like, in your own business, you don't really factor your time the same way, if that makes sense. You don't factor your time the same way when you're doing some research and development. Now, if somebody like had an idea and they wanted me to work on it, you know, that would cost, right? But I'm just saying, like, if I'm trying to have an iteration of something that's, you know, something that I have fabricated, then it's one of those things where I don't think it's a waste of time. It might not be the best use of my time, but I don't think it's a waste. Because it's still in the same wheelhouse of what I want to learn how to do and get better at and be able to do in different ways. Watch one of the Japanese actually painting with pins. Yeah. Well, Japanese, they use what's called Urushi. Urushi is pretty commonly used. It's from, I think it's a form of, I think it's a poison ivy, maybe? It's an ivy, I think. But I'm pretty sure if the Urushi gets on your hands, that it could be a skin irritant if you were sensitive to that. But after it's cured, it's all gone and it won't actually do anything. So it's kind of interesting, like that. But yeah, it's Urushi. There's some people that use Urushi and then they sand it and then they coat it again and then they just do layers of that. And a good Urushi finish will take probably a month or so to do, between putting some of the Urushi on and then, you know, keeping it in, like, it's not a humidor. I always call it a humidor, but it's like a closet, like just a regular kind of climate controlled or climate stable enclosure to where stuff won't go on or land on it and stuff because it'll be wet. So kind of keep it out of the elements, or not elements, the dust and stuff. So a good Urushi finished pin is going to cost a significant amount, and yeah, they're very beautiful. But Urushi artists, they're working on quite a few at a time, I would say. You can't just work on one because you won't be using your time wisely. But somebody else, actually, they get pins, and people send this person pins for them to do different designs on. So I've seen a variety of things where people send their pens to like a metal carving artist or like a painting artist, and then they'll paint right onto the pen and then they'll seal it in. Seen all kinds of stuff, really. Like, you can make an entire scene on a pen if you do it small enough, or the scene is like concise and or recognizable enough. Your mind's going 1,000 miles an hour. What's up? What's up? What you got? You want to talk about it? Yeah. I just, there's so many different avenues you can look at. Like, for example, if I were to get a Mont Blanc pen, I would be getting a Mont Blanc, you know? Mont Blanc, wow. Which is incredible, right? Mont Blanc makes their own nibs. They have their in-house people doing the quality assurance and testing and all that stuff. So you know that you're going to be getting something that's, you know, passed through a lot of hands and, you know, received its check mark and all that jazz. But I don't know any of those people. So in some ways it's like, sweet, I got a Mont Blanc known by the reputation to be incredible pens, but then on the other hand you're like, well, I don't know if this person made it, this person made it. So sometimes people buy stuff because of who made it. It's got nothing to do with the price, it has to do with, you know, who made it. And or how popular that particular thing is. Like, y'all remember not too long ago, people were buying up the images. People were buying the images and stuff. I forgot what it was called, but yeah, people were spending a lot of money just to have like a digital picture, and it would be theirs. That was an interesting time. I mean, it's just like anything else, I reckon. Yes, yeah. You're not wrong about that. And we've talked about that as well. You know, just generally speaking, smaller businesses. I've seen talk about that to where people, you know, they really want to support small businesses, but some small businesses, it's hard to want to spend that kind of money on a certain thing. So in some cases it's like, well, I really like what they're doing and I really want to support the work, but I don't know how, because I don't really want to spend that much on a piece of their art or whatever. But on the other hand, that's okay. That's okay. Like, for me, I will still go buy a pen. I make pens, but I'll still go buy one. And it's one, because I like supporting other businesses, and two, I think that they're neat in the sense that if it's a different kind of pen that I have seen in the past, I will be more, I guess, fascinated by it, because I want to know how it works. So that's one of the things that I go up and I talk to vintage fountain pen vendors. And if they have something that has like a cool ink mechanism, or it's a weird kind of pen, like, I'll show you. Let me go get it, actually. I'll go get the ones that I got relatively recently from a vintage fountain pen seller. I'll be right back. Alrighty, so here is some of the ones that I got from a long time ago. So, not that long ago. This was from Atlanta, actually. From the Atlanta Pin Show? Yeah, that's what it's from. So, this is actually like paper wrapped around more paper. You won't really be able to see it, but there's a coil of paper under there, and this is just a dip pin, right? It's just a piece of paper. Like, I could bend it and it would be like a I don't know, paper towel. But yeah, it writes really scratchy, but you can see the flex in it, so it's got good flex. But I got those. Another one that I picked up, this is a vintage Waterman. This is a vintage Waterman. I couldn't tell you much about it yet because I haven't spent a lot of time with the Waterman stuff, but made in Canada. Yeah. But the coolest one, I think, well, coolest pen is I think is this one. So this is an ebonite pen, and it's got a small cap that unscrews, and then you're like, well, where's the nib? Well, back here, it rotates, and the nib comes out. How crazy is that? So it's kind of like the click pen in some ways, but this to me was like, oh my gosh, why don't people have this? And I don't know yet. I don't know, because it'll also post. It'll post, kinda, and you can also rotate it with that on. But this is a number 5 nib. It's really scratchy, actually. But I got to figure out how I'm going to take it apart. And there is a little bit of writing here that I'll have to like figure out what it is. But it is made out of ebonite, and there is a mechanism on the inside that has it to where that will come out. I haven't had the courage to pull it apart quite yet. So, yeah, there's that. And then the other cool thing, the other cool tool that I came across were these. And these are writing instruments that are like from engineering. So what this is it's a dial on the back end here, and you can rotate it and it'll cause the prongs to spread, or you can close it, like you can back it off as well, and it'll cause them to close back up. So that just kind of controls the feed rate of when you're writing. This is so you can do like, you can do pinpoint, right? You can do pinpoint like this, or you can smear it, right? You can do long smears, and then you have the bottom here it looks like it's actually smooth because it's shiny. So looking at the bottom, it looks like it got a lot of wear from this kind of angle. And so I'm not entirely sure what my plan was with these. But I had never seen them, and so I had to get them. Because I think it's a very unique delivery system. It's a dip, right? You dip it, but it's very unusual. Like, I had never seen that. So I keep an eye out for things like that when I go to fountain pen shows. Yeah. Anywho, where did I find that? Yeah. It was pretty cool. It was from a vintage fountain pen seller. Those were actually, I think they were like $3 each or $5 for two. So I was like, yes. Yes, please. And see, I viewed that as like inexpensive. I view that as inexpensive, and I haven't used it. I haven't used it still. I haven't tried to use it or anything. So it's weird. It's kind of weird, but it's also like I know that I still have it, and I will eventually play with it. So there's that. Juan. But it's just fun, like the different tools that people used to use, even the feather quills and stuff like that. I'm sure people made iterations of even the shape of the quills. The feathers, that is. And scratchy, I'm sure, and you're writing on like papyrus paper. So it's going to have a very rough writing surface. And if you can imagine a combination of that rough writing surface and the very unrefined, sharp tip, I imagine they got caught quite a bit when they were writing. Because you couldn't push too hard because it might rip the paper, but if you didn't push hard enough, it won't cause the tines to spread in order to deliver the ink to the paper. By capillary reaction. You're welcome. More than you needed, probably. My favorite things to like think about. And I guess it's kind of philosophy in some ways. And you're just kind of thinking how they did what they did, why they weren't able to do some of the things that they were able to do. Why did it take so long for a bladder to come, like a bladder filler to come out? That's because rubber, like, wasn't around. It wasn't used like that. So, like, the rubber vacuum container, or not the vacuum container, but the rubber tubes for a bladder filler or a lever filler, it just wasn't around. There wasn't a need. But I think pens have also survived the test of time. And in such a highly digital world, what's like the easiest thing to get back into or get that would kind of bring you back to an analog handwriting, brain connection sort of thing? People learn how to type and stuff, and that's a part of why fountain pens aren't really in school anymore either, is because the focus became more about typing, and penmanship wasn't as important. And I'll be honest, I'm not a fantastic writer either. I don't have great handwriting. Yeah, I don't have good handwriting. But fountain pens do help my handwriting a little bit. And I have my kids do stuff too. Like, for example, today, my kids are writing down 200 different animals that they can think of, and that's their entire project, and well, for today at least. And all they have to do is write down in cursive 200 different animals, and they can even share the same animals. They're 10 and 12, to give you an idea. But yeah, they've been working on their handwriting, cursive and stuff like that for a long time now. So it was always 20 minutes a day on days that were not school days. And it was something, they could write a short story, they could write a poem, they could write, in this case I wanted them to do animals because that forces you to think. Have you ever had the hiccups and somebody's like, all right, quick, tell me 10 animals that start with the letter blank. B. So you start thinking about the animals that you can think about and start with the letter B. And then that ends up distracting you from your hiccups, and then you forget to hiccup, and soon enough, they're gone. Which is pretty neat. If I do say so myself. Alrighty. Gotta get a little bit more organized here. This will go here. Yes. Cool. And we have this many more of these. So this is a different blank for an upcoming drop. I won't even bother telling you the name until Abby comes out, because I don't know it. Yep. All right. There you go. What shape are we doing here? Okay. Ooh, yeah. Working on diamond painting pins right now. Be on them for, well, today, all day. We've got a few sets that we've got to crank through. So, and then we also have our WoW caches to pick up. If you know anything about World of Warcraft, then you'll know that Tuesday's a reset day, and that means that if you accomplish tasks in the game, then you'll be able to retrieve a reward. Alrighty. Huh. Alright, I guess I saved all the ones, huh? Oh no. Of course.
I got this, and it wasn't open. It's sealed. There's nothing in it. I got a text message that this is being delivered. I'm from I don't know what, but it's got nothing in it.
Was it ripped open?
No, I just opened it. It has nothing in it at all. Like not receipt, not.
Did you look inside? What a weird thing to get.
I walked up Googling the dress.
Well, apparently we got a package delivered with
Empty.
nothing inside of it.
I wonder if
Oh, that's funny. Who loves getting a package with nothing in it? That's funny. Oh, man, yeah. The Ocho! Oh, yeah. Send it back. I suppose we could do that. Hey Lawrence, isn't your birthday coming up, man? Yeah, isn't your birthday coming up? Saturday! Dang, that's awesome, dude. Obviously, don't put your dress in here or anything, but I need to find a way that I can send you something. But don't put it here. Obviously. I just want to go ahead and say it anyway. But yeah, man. Let's see, can you do it on Instagram? Yeah, it should be private messages that way. If you send it like private message wise. But let me make sure. Hey, Ab. Will you turn off Morty for a second? Can Lawrence send his address over IG and it'd be fine?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, IG will be.
IG or email.
Yeah.
What I was saying about this package.
But yeah, Instagram or email would be great for that, sir.
I wonder if it's one of those Amazon scams where they send you either random shit or no shit so they can use your address to post fake reviews or something like that. I googled it and it's not even a business. Or like it is, but like not some weird local Texas.
Weird.
Scam. Yeah. Tell me if the next comes on. I was gonna wait for whatever he's on to do those. What's the
Okay, I'll let you know, and then I'll swing that cam around. And then they can.
And if it's not this, fine.
Can I'll watch you.
I don't
need to pour every day.
Well,
them pots need to be full.
I can't pull.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. But yeah, don't. Also, I don't know if you're here right now, but just saying, you don't need to worry about us like sending you random stuff either. I'm trying to send you a birthday present. But if you don't want it, obviously you don't have to do that. So don't feel obligated. I don't wanna overstep, man. I just want to appreciate those that have been appreciating me, so. Right on. Well, here's the other part. Do you want to know what it is in advance, or do you want to be surprised? Oh, sorry. I was asking if you wanted to know what it was, or if you wanted it to be surprised when it arrives. I like your style. Never stone. What you want from me? Well, all right. I guess we can now move from that. If Big Mex comes in, Abby wants to know so I can. Well, I will let her know that if and when they arrive, so we can maybe get some blank chat going. But yeah, man, it's all about that. It's about the community and, you know, showing respect and appreciation for those that deserve it, and, you know, even those that don't necessarily deserve it in the beginning, you know, maybe their character will start revealing itself, and, you know, I think everybody has the potential to well, be whatever they want. Be the best version of themselves or the worst or whatever. I think it's all just a matter of decisions. Regardless of where your starting point is. But like any YouTube channel, you know, just like any YouTube channel, it starts at 0. Or any sales, everything starts at 0. Repetitions of anything, you just got to start doing whatever it is. I saw something earlier. The best time to start working on whatever it is. Let's see. I'll just find it right quick because I snapped a pic of it. The quickest way to succeed is to start now and figure it out as you go. And then the other part of that was you can't learn how to drive in a parked car. So some people like the analogies, and some people they're able to hear it and then immediately apply it to something that, you know, they're thinking or they're doing, or kind of weird. I guess it's kind of like a fortune cookie. It's like everything kind of has its own meaning, right? Like, it's just a matter of how you interpret whatever it is. But I actually had YouTube set up for a long time, and I had my streaming all set up to where I was ready to do it and everything, but I still took months before I actually did my first live. It was, you know, there's a lot to think about and a lot to forget. It's not like I had a checklist or anything. It's like, can I stream? Okay, if I can't, how do I make it happen? And then you just keep solving the problem by moving forward. On the same note, a parked car hit you. Does that mean that you walked into it? Is that where you're going with that? Because if not, this is a prime example of how people interpret things differently. Okay. See? Somebody else has probably read that same thing, scratching their head. They're like, well, how did a parked car hit you? Did it slide? Was it on ice? Was it... Because that's another way. Another way it could have happened. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's... When you hear stories, or just generally in general, right? When you hear stories, you're always like, what's the point of the story? Because somebody's rambling about something. Might as well, if you spend some time listening to it, might as well understand it. I kind of have a similar philosophy when it comes to my kids. If it's worth doing, it's worth doing right. And it's going to take longer. You know? It will take longer to do it right. Or the best way to do something is often not the simplest, easiest. But in some cases it could be. And I guess there's also that argument that could be made is what's easy to somebody isn't necessarily easy for another person. So, kind of interesting when you think about it. Ah. Let me see that. I'm going to show it on stream. Let's see it. I hope that you put your effort into it. All right, I was telling you that the kids were working on their cursive, and they had to come up with 200 animals. And this is my my daughter's cursive. She's 12. Pretty good view. And pretty good handwriting, I would say. What do you think? What do you think? Good job. Looks good to me.
Better than your handwriting. Prettier than your cursive.
Huh?
Prettier than your cursive.
It would have been even better if she didn't write on that table.
I agree. That's okay.
Because you should have wrote like on something else. But it's nice. It's very pretty. Could be better though. I only said that because she said I know. Did you hear her?
She's right.
Yeah. But she said, I know. Don't do that.
Get over your nonsense. Their hands hurt. Animals were a good idea.
I'm going to come over there. Yeah.
Good idea.
Thanks.
It's a good way to practice.
Thanks. I just had an idea for this blank.
Okay.
Of how I can still salvage it.
Okay.
I'm going to put it on a diamond painting pin. It's going to be a two-parter. Then I'm going to make the barrel. I'm going to make the barrel connect. And then I'm going to trim it down in just the middle. That way I can cut it and then kind of thread it in and on. And then we'll have the end sticking out.
Okay.
That sounds cool, doesn't it? Think it'll work?
Probably.
I like your optimism and belief in me. Thank you. It's better than yours. Yeah, it's better than mine too. Hers looks better than mine.
You can tell that she took her time too. Like that's neater than than my cursive a lot of times, but that's because I'm just like writing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think she did a good job.
We have those surfite blanks in there too, right?
Yeah, I'll probably use some of those ebonite pieces.
For sleeving the surfite, because remember, I want to bring those to San Francisco. That's going to be my San Francisco.
Word. But I'm gonna make them ebonite.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be so cool.
Do like ebonite bodies and surfite caps, or the other way?
I'll just show you after I do it.
Okay.
The way I'm not tainted by the inputs. At least yet. I gotta write it down first.
Oh, I got an email from our 9 custom blank and pen.
Hey!
Back finally.
Good.
She did not want a video chat from the email, which is cool.
Okay.
So yeah, yay. I can get started on that.
It does make it easier videoing though, but whatever.
And she said if we can't figure it out, then maybe.
It's more personal that way. I think it'd be.
I try. That's why I offer.
Yeah. No. I understand. I think that you offered and you let it go when she was like, nah. Sweet.
Well, some people don't want that. I probably wouldn't want that. I don't know.
Well, if I wanted to micromanage, which I don't, but if I wanted to.
Exactly. Well, I feel like you go with a certain artist like this because you like what they make.
Yeah.
And you want them to do it the way that they make it. So I'm hoping that's the response. If not, that's okay too.
All right, 24, little offset. We're going to find another one that we're going to deem as 24. I'm going to turn this one tapered. Holy special shapes, fat man. We only do special shapes now?
There's 4 regulars.
There's one. Why is he drilling so far into these? Gotta correct that. We'll do it next time. This is a 24 now. Marking. All right, this one was 24. Now this one's going to be. There we go. I'm going to write it on the orange. All righty. Without further ado, let's get back into the action. That's the only reason I keep this now. I suppose I could create a different handle. She's not listening. Oh, man. All right, let's do a modified shape here. I dig it. Hello, welcome to Maverick Workshop. Hope you're doing well today. Working on some diamond painting pins. Monarch butterfly. These are looking pretty good. Really interesting tight swirls of the black and white there, and then the butterfly glitter inside that you probably haven't even really been able to see if I had to guess, but yeah. 20 pounds. Welcome back, welcome back. If you're new here and you like stuff about pins, when it comes to the construction of or making them or, you know, things like that, that's what I do. I turn on a lathe all the time, it seems. Oh. Oh, yeah. All right. They're going to see it on stream. Okay. Oh, geez. This isn't cursive. You stopped writing cursive. Cursive. Write 20 of them in cursive neatly and bring it back. Oh man, that's funny. So the first page, well, if you didn't know, the task that my daughter had, well, both my daughters, one's 10 and one is 12, and their assignment was to write down the name of animals, and they had to come up with 200 of them collectively. And one of my daughters, I showed what her cursive looked like, and then I just saw my other daughter's, and she is she did the first page in cursive and then went to print again. No, not like that, Sonic. Not like that. But I do appreciate the contribution to the conversation. What? What are you talking about? What are you even talking about? Thought we could have been friends. Could have been friends. And then that. And then that. Bot, yeah. No, I mean, it's probably a person. It's still... I mean, even if it is, either way. Just... doesn't contribute anything. Oh. Oh, here's a funny one. Here's a funny one. So I keep getting calls about a property. They're asking if I'm interested in selling a certain property that I supposedly have according to the records, which I don't. But they're like, hey, I work for a company and we're interested in buying your house on 123 Roosevelt Boulevard. That's not the actual address, I just made that up. But they were asking about that, and I said, no, I'm not. But then they followed that up with, well, do you have any other properties that you'd be interested in selling? I said, I turn around and I ask them if they have any properties they would be willing to sell. One of the people actually responded. Most of the other ones just hung up. But they're like, no, I'm buying it. I'm interested in buying, not selling. I said, all right, well, what company is it that you work for? Like, I work with a team of people, yada, yada, yada. Like, what do you mean? What's your team? Who is your team? Or what is it comprised of? And see, knowing what I know about wholesaling, I probably didn't make their day all that simple. But I was asking them if they had properties that they were willing to sell me, They were clearly not the end buyer. They were just trying to lock up a deal. I know it because I looked into it. And I went to some meetups and stuff like that. And I didn't like it. So I didn't pursue it any further. Let's see. Okay. Switch. See, don't do this shape for this type of stuff, and then it happens. You don't want that shape on blanks like this. If they're skinny, at least. If they're thicker, it's not that much of a problem. But if it's thinner, you run the risk of it not holding together. Should some level of impact occur. Good progress. Need to dig that a little deeper so I can curve it a little better. Steepen up that curve a bit and make it nice and symmetrical. Symmetry. How's everybody doing today? Lawrence is having a good day. I'm having a good day. Well, Heck yeah. You're doing great. Ah, thank you. I'll get it in just a moment. All right. All right, here is. All right, well, it's a work in progress, but there we go. There's her cursive. So, work in progress. She was just doing the alphabet, a couple weeks ago, or a little while ago, and then they were working on, putting the letters together, and so still working on the letters flowing. But yeah. Yes. I think after this one we should do something different. A little non-standard here. I gotta see if my idea will actually work. I don't know why it wouldn't, but I gotta go make sure. But yeah, that'll be something pretty interesting, I think. Okay. I guess I'll do it all over here on the wood lathe too. Because my cam's already set up. Level Crossing Kid, hello. How are you doing today? Wonderful day here at Maverick Workshop. I'm about to do a little side project, so that'll be entertaining, I think, for me at least. But It'll be just a moment. I'm gonna figure this or finish this bad boy. But yeah, so I'm gonna make a diamond painting pen again. But this one's gonna be a little different. I'm gonna figure out how I'm gonna go about squaring the ends and a couple other things. So that's gonna be like that. There it is. Oh, and there's like a butterfly right there on the surface. Probably can't see it from where you are, but. Okay. Give me just a moment. I will be right back. I'm going to hit the be right back button. But I will be right back, and then we'll do a different kind of project right quick. A little side quest, if you will. Alrighty, alrighty. Now that everybody's gone, I can start my project. Just kidding. What I've got here is a piece of boatite. It's like a maritime cordite kind of thing. But for this particular one, it's cracked pretty far down. Yeah, it's cracked pretty far down, so I'm going to have to cut it down here to get past the crack. About right there. So I'm going to cut it and then see where we are. As far as the crack goes. And then from there, we'll start designing the other thing. How it's going to go together. Okay. That's good. Okay. Now, we cleaned it up. This side still needs to be squared, but now I need to make an insert that'll fit this and then connect on the inside. Yeah. So I got to get the measurement of that. So we already have a hole drilled into this, which is why I'm just going to leave it and then work it from there. So that's what we're doing here. All right. So about 13. Okay. Looking at about 13. This is about that diameter. Oops. That was wrong. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Here's the way that we're going to do this. I'm going to go ahead and this will be one side that I'll cut here, and then I'll use it again, and then that'll be the other side once I cut that, and then we'll drill holes on both ends, and then make sure that this marries up on the inside, whoop, like that. Sounds pretty cool. So I'm going to hop over to that other lathe so I can do that right quick. I'm going to tilt this down here. Whoop. That. I'm going to rotate the camera actually. Wait. No, we're just going to leave it like that. Yeah, we'll just leave it like this. This will be good enough. See what I'm doing. Okay. Get that rolling. All right, what blank did you want?
The dark prismatic one.
What?
That dark prismatic one.
It's good?
Yeah.
Okay. Hmm. It's backwards. Everything's backwards in my head. All right, that goes that way. This tilts this way. That's a pretty good view, huh? Better, at least, I guess. All right, so here's where we are. I've got to measure this out. So what we got right here is just a 1.5 inch. Okay, 1.5 inch. I'm gonna go ahead and get that finished up here. This is gonna be where it stops. Okay, that's gonna be its stopping point. And then I need to drill one way and then thread the other. Huh? Yeah. So there's this, good. All right. I think that's all I need. This will also help reduce some of the weight. So hopefully going this way, it will hold up. Because usually I go the other direction when it comes to drilling. So I got to be careful, make sure I go plenty far. All right, there's that. Here is the other part of this. Hopefully, this all stays together. And then I'll part it off. And then I will repeat the process. Now I know how you feel doing it in reverse. I mean, that's what I do. I think about the end, and then I just kind of go in reverse and figure it out from that way. Yep, we're going to cut it right here. Okay. Good, good, good. All right, so kind of winging it as we go here. So this is going to go in, and it goes pretty far. So the other side that I need to go here just needs to be about that big, right? And then I need to make it so it will thread it in a little bit, but also have that sandwich. So if I want it to go this far, then I need to make it another 1.5. So 1.5, and then this is 2 3/4. And that's 1 1/4. Okay, All right, so quick matchup right here. We're just going to go ahead and take a look. We want it to go this far, right? So we got this. Then we need it to thread into it a little bit. And then it'll sandwich it. So trim to about there. Where's a marker when you need one, huh? All right, a pencil will do. That's good enough. Okay. Okay. Hopefully, this will go how we want it to. Boo, you suck. That's what I hear. That's what I hear. Whether it's happening or not. No. But I've never done this before, so it's kind of like I'm figuring it out as I go. Okay, so that's good. Alrighty, now we're going to take this, trim it back all the way to here. Okay, we're going to do it again. Come on. I'm going to have to use a little bit of little extra pressure here. Okay, it doesn't have to be perfect in this case because you just need to be able to catch a thread. And drop that speed way down. There we go. Nice long thread there. Timothy, what's up? How you been? Hadn't seen you in a little while. I mean, the stream was a hopping earlier. It was hopping earlier. But boom, look at that. See that? This is how you sleeve shit. All right, this is a way to sleeve shit. But yeah, so what I just did, this will go in, and then this will go in further. And then it'll sandwich in there. But yeah, this goes to there, and then it'll screw together. So I need to trim this back a bit more. So it'll be this diameter. So here we go. Okay, now I just need to use this and find where I need to trim it back. So, seeing where this fits in here. Alright, I did a real mediocre job. It needs to be tapered more. Or thicker too. Yeah. Okay. Okay, almost there. That will work. But okay. But I goobered it up. Alright, so I'm gonna redo this. Alrighty, so we're gonna, where did that go? Actually, so I want to find the flat spot here and then bring it up. So worst case, this doesn't fit, and then I have to do the individual pieces again, but that's not that big of a deal. From here, we're actually going to use sandpaper or a file. Ooh, actually, I got 240 somewhere. Where you at? There it is. I got a big old roll of 240. So that'll be nice here. All right, let's see where that puts us. Okay, we don't want to push it too hard. It will absolutely backfire. Don't ask me how I know. You'll probably just guess. There we go. Haha. Okay. Now. Okay. So I need to remove this much material from somewhere. Vinny! What's up, buddy? Okay, so one of the options is it'll go to there. This goes to there. So what I could do is just trim off a little bit from this side. That would be safer, I think. Okay. Alrighty, I'm gonna go cut this here. Oh, Lordy, don't hit anything, John. Okay. Did I drill far enough and tap far enough? Uh-huh. Now I'm going to do something a little weird. So I've got this. It's wonky, but that's not the point. Oh, doesn't want to anymore. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Where's my pliers? That'll work. So I don't want to take this out right now, but what I'm doing is I'm trying to tap a little further into here. I've already got the hole, so I'm just gonna thread it a little deeper. I'm gonna step away so I have a little bit more room for leverage here. Okay. Whew. Okay. Here we go again. This is boatite. Boom. And then, let's see if I went far enough. No! Almost. Alright, now I gotta figure out if it's the threads on the other thing or what. Oop. What? Okay. It does go in. That's why you trust but verify. You can trust it, but you also need to verify it. So this fits and this fits. No problem. Now this should go all the way. And there we go. Ha ha! Look at that. Oh, going backwards. There we go. Cool. Now where do we put it? All right. So here we are. Now, I think from here, what I want to do is have this be a grip. I'm going to make this flat. And this is going to like be a baseball handle style. It's going to go down and back up. But first thing I got to do is face these things a bit more. The way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to go over to my belt sander. So give me just a moment. I'm going to square this up a bit more. Okay. Okay. Shoo! Man, these things are trying to get out of here. Okay. There. Now they're squared. And then this one is still not squared. Where? I need to hit it again. Hit this side. All right. Yes. Okay, is that it? Hold on, sorry. Come on. One side's good, and the other side is still not perfectly flat. Damn it. Okay, one more idea. All right, I'm going to put it into here. Okay. Now, what in the heck do we do to square this? All right, I got another idea. Which side is the messed up one here? Not that one. That side. Okay. Let's drag it across some sandpaper on a flat surface and a couple times and see if that moves it. Oh, I can see it. Okay. All right, we did a few passes in that. Hey, that did it. All right, handy dandy. Sandpaper strip, drag it across nice and flat. Remove those imperfections. Okay, let's see. Next step is to go ahead and get these the same size. Got to get these the same size. Still no Sharpie. So these don't have to be, these should be pretty darn close to the same size. That way symmetry, you know. Rock. What's up, Rock? I like your name. I was actually going to watch The Rock the other day. But I had to buy it, so I don't want to do that. Because I was just by myself. If I had other people watching with me, I would have. Okay, I apologize. Lawrence, right on, buddy. I'll see you around. Have a good day. Okay. Let's see how we're turning. Will you pass me that drill bit down there? Thank you. Okay, that's good. Looking good. Maybe, I wonder if I should have started with a larger diameter piece. Maybe next time, huh? All right. Here it is. So here's the blank, right? This is what we wanted to make something for. I did a hole in threads on this side that fits in. Obviously the reciprocal on this part right here, and then it threads in. So it'll hold it into place by screwing it together. And so now I can actually go turn this like I would a regular diamond painting pen. They're going to have a flare up here, and then I'm just going to round this part out. But yeah, these are going to have like ball handles. Is it the same? Mm-hmm. They used to be softer.
Yes, the first time we thought it was softer, but it fell apart.
What do you think of this?
Ooh, smart.
And it screws together, so I just need to figure out about gluing it. Because it's going to hold itself in, but I don't want it to come out.
Yeah, glue the one side, and I would put glue maybe here, but not on threads, and then thread it quickly.
Because it fits nicely. Okay. Here, you want to glue it together for me? No pressure. People are watching. What a cool idea. This makes me think, dude. I got tons of ideas to use with this. To do something. We can use the lathe to quickly screw it in, by the way.
Sounds like recipe for glue everywhere.
I'll put something over.
You don't think I can, what do you want?
Well, you'll just rotate it. It'll rotate faster.
Well, but what do you want to do then?
Oh, glue it. I want you to make it so, well, one, you'll test it so you know the fit and function and where it's got to go, right? But then you'll do it and make sure it's snug, but not like ridiculously tight. Because I can't have it coming apart.
Right.
Right. Here you go. So just do a practice and feel everything and then do it. Yeah. It's a lot of rotations. But it's good. It should be rotated.
No, that's fine. But yeah, you're definitely going to use the lathe.
I don't think so. I think you just pour glue into the whole one and then pour glue.
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't put glue where the threads are going.
All right, we'll put all the glue on that side, I guess. I don't know. But it needs to have glue on both sides, like there.
Glue this first. Have it be all the way set and glued on the one side, Right.
That's a good idea.
Well, that's the only way you should do it. You should glue this
One
side
at a
in.
time. Well, I was thinking it could just pull itself together, but that would work. Just make sure it doesn't go too high.
Glue the side. Ooh, too high.
So we couldn't get that in.
It's not going to be like chunky everywhere.
Okay. Do it up, Buttercup.
Now the other side, I would be worried about not being able to screw it in enough before it sets.
Just do your best.
Oh, you want me to do it anyway?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like your idea of putting that one in and then dripping glue all around the sides and everything, and then screwing it on. You want to come over here? Yeah. Show what's happening? Sorry.
Give me something that I can like hold it over.
Okay, hold on. Let me fix the cam.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, and now I gotta do it again. Oh no. I'm gonna rotate this back. Just kidding. Yeah, this way. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead and do it over there. Right there. Over that lathe.
You're not going to see it back here. I can't like hold all these things.
Alright. Watch out for a second. Let me just clear this spot. How's the view? Look at the view. Good. Good, good. Alrighty. You got paper towel and all that stuff? Sweet. Okay. We're going to move this cam a bit as well to be able to see right here on the table. There. All right. Perfect. That's a good view. You don't want to talk about it? You're just doing it?
Oh, I was just going to do it.
Do it. That's good.
There's not really a big time. I'm just going to glue.
Okay, glue away. Make sure you hold it flat and stuff. You want some activator? Careful. Hey! Are you outside spraying or inside spraying? Because we got to be careful if we do that on the inside.
Outside.
I know. I'm just saying. Just making sure you were doing the outside. Hey! Thank you for subscribing. That doesn't usually pop up, but it did that time. Heck yeah. Thank you.
No, I guess it shouldn't.
No. You should put glue on all over that while you put it in. I know, I'm just saying you should put glue like all over the outside and everything of that one.
This part.
Yeah, that way it uses that, it like creates that structure on the inside that it's stuck to.
All right, I don't know if this will be fast enough, but I'll
It'll be
try.
super fast.
Okay.
Not on the thread stuff.
Obviously.
Lots of it, lots of it. Goopy.
Nope.
Goopy.
Nope.
Go lower. All right. Should both.
Right.
Here you go. Now you can spritz it. Well, don't crank it anymore. It's set. That's good.
I think go on for a little bit.
Okay. All right, good stuff, good stuff. So here we are. It's glued together now. We got our recesses for our tips. And then we're going to turn this baby into... It's just going to be flat right here pretty much. So...
I'll round it with sanding because obviously we can't have it because it's going to like... Whatever.
You think somebody will want it like this? Just like this?
Maybe. You never know.
Kit in progress? Is that a thing? Do people buy kits in progress?
How much longer are you waiting to stream? What do you want dinner or no?
I might be hungry.
Or are you supposed to be as big as that morning?
Sure. That's fine. All right, we'll give this a couple pins before we get to it. That'll influence the other stuff.
I just had, I don't know, I was something today.
Dang. Well, that ain't cool, man. Sorry. Sorry you ain't feeling good. I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. What about y'all? Y'all feeling good? Anybody? There we go. Alrighty, that's good, that's good. And here we are. Let me fix that cam a bit more here. The black. Not bad, not bad. We'll go this way a little bit more. That's pretty good. That'll work. Well, we got to let that glue dry. Even though we use the activator, we're going to give it a second anyways. So I'm going to turn a couple more pins here. And then, yeah. Then we'll get back to that. Okay. Stay. Okay. All right. Good deal. Good deal. All right. Turn the Morty back on. Carry on. Oh man, what a banger! Hey, Rock, how you doing? I remember seeing you before. It's in the laundry room on the top right. Or you can bring me something else. What are we doing? 27, I believe? Yes. Do we like this orientation for this one? No, I'm going to flip it actually. Yes. All right, 27 is an asymmetrical shape here. We do in the middle, and then we do a little bit on the one side, and then we do a lot on the other side, about 2 times as much. So that, and then 1, and then a little bit. That's about how the measuring goes for that. And then do a little punch right in there. Then, oh man, check that out. Wow, beating. Yeah, this is a 1/8. Yep, it's an 8. All right, the rest from here is all done with the round carbide. What's the matter? Oh, you look cute. Compliment your partner early and often. Compliment your friends early and often too. If they're doing good. Or find something that it is good that they're doing and then compliment that. Need some happiness. Running up. Alright, well, I reckon his glue is probably about set, so I'm just going to finish this baby and then do that one. Oh yes, looking real good. Sorry, I blew into the mic. Whoa, the swirls in this one's dope. Love it. What is that? Huh. Well, we had a good day. We had a good run. We had a good, strong start. We sure did. But we're going to finish strong too, dang it. We're going to be doing this black prismatic pearl with the maritime fordite. Alrighty, let's see if we can shatter this all up in our faces, huh? Alright, I am going to throw on my respirator and face shield just in case this baby doesn't want to hold together. Just in case, you know? We can hope for the best, but we've got to plan for the worst, you know? And it's weird because this stuff, it kind of smells sweet, which is, you know, you probably shouldn't be smelling it because that means that you're breathing particles, but you can't avoid it entirely, I would say. But it's not for lack of trying. I'm going to throw on my respirator here. Mm-hmm. Safety first. Face shield. Now, I can't see as well, but it'll be all right. Come on now. Well, I was going to try to video that little bit. Alrighty, let's see. Gotta get some glamour shots. You know how it goes. Gotta do that social media stuff. There we go. I broke it. Okay, I hope you feel better. Alright, whatever. I was trying. So whatever. And we're
set, we're set. Whoop, whoop. Let's do it. Abby, you want to save any? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Big Nick? Hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. Big Mix, I do not use
I do not use negative rake. I do not. I use the regular stuff. This is one of the problems I would say with boatite is that while it's cool as shit, some of these pockets here, I don't know if I were to fill them, if they would go away or not. I don't think it's going to break apart on me, but I'm still going to wear a respirator.
Okay, so we want the middle point here to be the highest. So I need to work on like a nice taper at the end there. So I'm going to go ahead and mark it so I can see where that is. So half. So about 4.5. So I need to go 2.25. All right, there's the middle there. So in between these two spots here is the middle. Whoop. That's the middle. So I need to kind of ramp up in there. Okay, so I have regular, just wanted to know. Oh, yeah. I just use regular. I haven't jumped on the negative rake. I also haven't used one, so I can't tell you if they're good or not. At least my thoughts on them or anything like that. Alright, we're going to go ahead and hit this a little bit with sandpaper. Very slow. There's this spot right there. Now I could try to make it flat, but then it wouldn't have the shape. Oh man, what do I do? So that's not all resin? No, it's not. Some of this is maritime fortite is what it's called. It's also boatite. I've got more blanks of it. They're pretty darn cool, man. These are some little pieces. So here are a couple little pieces here. And I used it to make Abby's birthday pin. And this one was actually one of the ones that I was trying to use for her pin, but I broke it. And then I cut it. And then I made it so these little ends would go in. But yeah, these are pretty darn cool. I've never made something like this before, so that's fun. Those are sweet. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. They are pretty cool. You can't find this pattern in the pastel until I found this. I saw this on Facebook. So I saw somebody was selling them. Also got some surfite, which is pretty darn cool too. That stuff looks similar, but this stuff looks similar, but obviously it's a different. It's also a different material. But yeah, pretty darn cool. These were cut in smaller layers. But yeah, keep an eye out for stuff like that, man. And if you do come across some interesting material, let me know. Is that something I can make? The surfite? No, we get that from a dude that paints surfboards. And this is stuff from that I... this is from painting boats. But yeah. How is that made? Just layers and layers of paint. But it's a different type of paint, right? Because they're airbrushing, they're spraying in a booth, and then it accumulates over time. That kind of stuff. The guy does sell them pretty often. So this one's got more heft as well because there's stuff in the middle. I got to figure out what she wants to do about that. So I'll be right back. Big Mex. Abby was wanting to talk to you, but it might go to a different day. But I'll talk to her and see what she's got. I'll be right back. Let me turn off 40 so you don't have to hear that. All right, the verdict's in. We will revisit that. Abby is off the clock. She is clocked out. So, yeah, we'll revisit that tomorrow, Big Mex. I think she was wanting to chat with you a little bit about some of the ideas that you had, and we could do it kind of in person. But this is a diamond painting pin that I shoot. That's neat. That's pretty cool. If you don't know, what I did is this already had a hole in it. So I had to measure out the pieces here and here, and then I threaded one side and I made the other one a nice deep hole, and then I screwed them together, and then Abby glued one side in, and then she screwed the other side in, and boom, this is where we are. We can't take this further down than 15 millimeter. So that is one of the considerations. At least 2 millimeters is what you want on the inside for thickness and resiliency. However, if you're starting with something that's a little more fragile, then you got to be a little bit more cautious about how you proceed with that. But I probably could take this down, but the problem would be it wouldn't have as steep of a shape from here to here. And then this would make this part flat, basically, instead of having like a little bubbly curve. So what she's going to end up doing is just filling this little spot with a little dab of CA and then smoothing it out. So it'll just fill that spot right there. But, you know, this was a much better blank, I think, than the other one, because there's only one hole that we got to do here. There was 2 holes that we had to do on the other one. But yeah, this is pretty neat. It's a bat handle, from what people have said. They call them bat handles, where, you know, like a baseball bat. But anyway, then the Monarch that I was working on before are these right here. So these are the Monarchs that I was working on, that I'll continue working on tomorrow. So I'll probably get started around 11, streaming around 11 to 12 or so. Hello.
Do you know Jihan? I do not. You know, guys. I don't know what you're asking there, Level Crossing Kid. You're going to look into that stuff. The boatite stuff? Cool. It's like a hard chalk almost. It's weird. It doesn't wipe off on your hands like you would think. But it feels like you're rubbing like a piece of chalk. It's weird. It's almost like got a powdery surface, but it does finish quite nicely. So it's a weird thing, and it smells kind of sweet. I mentioned that already, but I don't know if you were here for it. But it does smell kind of sweet when you're turning it. But yeah, I don't suggest breathing it. That's why I was wearing a respirator. But yeah, that's that. I'm going to leave this stuff all set up, man. I like this new camera view. I like that other camera view. Let's pivot this baby around so we can do our little outro and farewells and high fives and slap hands and stuff. Oh, come on. Never mind. I'm just going to stand right here. We'll do it right here. Huh? Let me switch this. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Transform. Rotate. Counterclockwise. Perfect. Hey, there we go. So what I did is I just turned both cameras sideways, actually. Because, like, it's almost like taking a vertical video with your phone instead of holding your phone sideways. So I just did that with the camera. But yeah, this thing's going to go floppy if I go that direction with it because we're loosening it. But anyway, that was fun. That was pretty darn cool, I got to say. It makes me want to explore that particular thing some more because that was cool. I got to say, that was cool. And that opens up a lot of potential. So I'm pretty excited about that. Anyway, yeah. Appreciate you hanging out. It was a good stream. Good stream. We had a lot of fun. Did some turning, did some chatting. Abby came on a bit. Let's see. What am I looking at? We started off the conversation with expensive versus cheap when regarding anything. Yeah. Anywho, thank you for being here, and I will see you next time. Later.